Okay, FYI, we are about to go live to YouTube. Okay, I think we're up.
Okay, this is Patsy Zeller. I think we're going to go ahead and start the meeting. It's 9:15 for the Kansas State Board of Nursing meeting for June 17th. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. And I have a script I need to read here for our meeting today. So, hello, I am Patsy Zeller and serve as the president of the Kansas State Board of Nursing. I ask the members of the board to respond to a roll call to signify their presence at this open meeting by a conference call. Carol Bragdon. Carol, are you on the Zoom meeting?
Now I'm unmuted. I am here.
You're here. Okay, Juliana Resnick.
Patsy, this is Carol. And Juliana had a little emergency at work, so I think she's going to join us as soon as she can.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca Sander.
I'm here.
Gwendolyn Lloyd. I think she was sick today and not able to attend either, was she, Carol?
That is correct, yes.
Mandy Carstetter.
I'm here.
Joanne Clausen. Joe, are you on the call today, on the Zoom meeting today? We'll come back to that. Gita Noble.
I'm here. It's a hard G, Patty. With
It's Gita. It's
yes.
Gita, isn't it? I even put a line over it in my phonics. I should know it. Gita.
All
Thank
right. No worries.
Tracy Thomas
Here.
and Jade Ramsdale.
I'm here.
Thank you. So, Joe, are you not on the Zoom? Colton, do we see her on the Zoom at all?
This is Adrian. She's having some technical difficulties, so we're troubleshooting for her.
Okay, thank you. I note the following staff members are also present. Carol Moreland, Executive Administrator.
Here.
Adrian Guerrero, Director of Operations.
Present.
Jill Simmons, Executive Assistant.
Here.
Public comment allows individuals to address the board about the concerns, but the Kansas Open Meetings Act, which is known as KOMA, does not require the board to provide public comment or answer questions from individuals. We will not know what comments an individual may make. We would want to provide notice to the public of our intent to discuss a particular matter so that the public may listen and observe our discussion. Public will not be taken today due to the concern and because this is a meeting conducted by Zoom and YouTube Live, where the connection may be lost over time and the period of the meeting may not allow everyone who is present to comment. Because we are conducting this public meeting by Zoom and YouTube Live, I state for the record the following information. Number one, on June 2nd and 11th, 2020, the board sent notice to the meeting of the board to all individuals who have requested notice of the board meetings. Additionally, the notice and agenda were posted on the board's website, ksbn.kansas.gov. The notice contains the meeting identification number and password for Zoom and YouTube Live to allow the public to attend this meeting free of charge. The notice also advises individuals to contact the board's office at the number of 785-296-5752 if the individual does not have access to a computer. Number two, you may obtain a copy of the notice and agenda at the website or by sending an email to carolmoreland@ks.gov with the subject line, request for the agenda, and the board staff will send it to you. June 9, 2020, the House Bill 2016 ratified Governor Kelly's emergency declaration due to the COVID-19 pandemic and extended it through September 15, 2020. But the requirements of COMA were not suspended. We will be conducting this meeting pursuant of COMA and KAR 16-20-1 concerning compliance with the COMA during an emergency declaration. The only mediums for interactive communication offered for this meeting, if Zoom, is Zoom and YouTube Live. Each member of the committee, board staff, or presenter shall state the person's name and title each time the person speaks or votes, as the case may be. Participant to this meeting shall ensure microphones, phones, or other electronic devices are on mute when the participant is not speaking. Each motion will be clearly stated before the committee votes, and the chair will announce the results of the final vote. And number 8, a statement or motion will clarify, identify, and authorize by delegation each member of the committee or staff who will be permitted to sign any document on behalf of the board. Being recorded, and the recording will be posted on the board's website. The board has the following items listed on its agenda: review on-site packets, additions or revisions to board agenda, announcements, minutes, consent item agenda of committee reports, unfinished business, new business, executive session if needed, open forum, adjournment. As noted above, the agenda includes an executive session if needed. If the board elects to exercise this option to go to executive session, the board will follow this process. Number 1, first, the board must be in an open session before going to an executive session. Number 2, then a motion will be made and seconded. The motion must contain statement of justification for closure and the subject or subjects to be discussed pursuant KSA 75-4319 small b. And place the open meeting will resume. Number 3, if a motion for executive session passes, the public will be asked to end their telephone connection so that the members of the board will be able to call the conference call number after the executive session. The public will be excluded from this portion of the meeting, as the executive session will be conducted by electronic means that will not be made available to the public. The open meeting will resume when the board members return to Zoom and YouTube Live. The complete motion for the executive session will be recorded in the minutes. The board will now begin the meeting with the first item on the agenda. The first item on the agenda we have is review of on-site packets.
Patsy,
Yeah.
there are 2 on-site packets. This is Carol Moreland. There are 2 on-site packets. There's one that contains House Bill 2016, and then there's one that contains Executive Order 20-39.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additions or revisions to the board agenda?
And Patsy, this is Carol Moreland again. So I would like to add House Bill 2016 and then add Executive Order 2039 to the agenda. And if I might suggest that they be placed under new business, and House Bill 2016 could become number 1. Executive Order 2039 could become number 2. And then number 3 would be a charge for a AAG review of a core request. And then number 4 could be the proposed revisions to KAR 60-11-116, 60-11-119, and 60-13-110.
Any other additions to the agenda or revisions? I guess I need a motion to accept the agenda as revised.
This is Joe. I move to accept the agenda as amended.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Becky. I'll second it.
Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes?
Yes.
This is
Yes, this is Mandy.
And all
Yes,
opposed say
Tracy.
no. Thank you. Any abstentions? That motion carries. Carol, would it be okay if I go back to the roll call? I see Juliana and Joe both on the call, that they can say yes to that roll call. Joe, I just need you to say that you're present.
I'm present.
And Juliana,
I am present, Patsy. I apologize. I may have to leave momentarily. We do have a pretty significant issue here at the hospital today.
okay, thank you for your time. The next thing we have on the agenda is announcements. And I'm going to start by saying we have 3 new board members that we've talked to them several times on Zoom, but I don't know how you could be oriented to a more crazy time than become a new board member right in the middle of COVID-19, but they have. So I would like to introduce them and let them tell you a little bit about themselves. Now, Gwen Lloyd fills an RN position on our board, and she's not able to be here because of illness today. She will not be able to introduce, but the other 2 are public members. And I'm going to let them go ahead and introduce themselves. Jade, would you like to go first?
Yes, hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Jade Ramsdell. I come to you as a public board member. I'm very excited to be here. I've worked throughout the city of Topeka myself for several years, and I feel like there's so much opportunity here, and I'll be able to contribute a lot to the board. So thank you so much for having me. And as Patsy said, there's a lot with COVID going on right now, so there's no better time.
Thank you. And Gita. Did I say it right that time?
Do you like margaritas, Patty?
Actually, I don't drink, but maybe I need one. I don't know.
Oh, there's like a little nickname, Gita Margarita, kind of
I
just
see.
maybe might help you.
Help me remember that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gita Noble, and I'm a public member at large, and I'm very excited to be serving in this capacity. Currently, I am employed with the Seaman School District. I am their student internship coordinator, and that job involves helping our students find a career that they really want to pursue after they leave us at Seaman. And we have so many students interested in the healthcare industry that I thought this would be a fabulous opportunity for me to learn more and even help my students as they decide what path they want to take. So I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe I'll let somebody else do the introductions next time. The other thing I have in announcements is announcement that Joe Clausen is been a member of our board, past president of the board, and I would like to just recognize her for her help with us on the board and her term. We have a plaque that I think we're going to show a picture of here on the screen. It's not quite the same, right? We usually do a photo shot and everything, but those of you, there it is. Been with this some time, as you can see, 2 terms. That's a lot of commitment to the board, as we're all finding out here. I appreciate, I just want to say a couple things. One of them is the great leadership that Joe has brought to us, a great mentor. Joe probably doesn't remember this, but she was assigned my mentor when I first came and became a board member. And I remember sitting by her and she had it kind of all figured out. And I was like trying to figure out where I was supposed to sit and put my microphone and whatever. An awesome resource. Joe has brought a lot of wisdom, input, always there to help. Doesn't matter when the call is. I could always be assured that she would help me out through any struggle or give me some advice, and help to continue the excellence in the work of the board. And without her, I don't think we would have survived some of this. Has helped be a resource through this COVID. I appreciate that very much. So I don't know, we can't all unmute our phones and applaud. Maybe we can, but this is a little hard to do by Zoom, but I truly appreciate the effort there. Carol, anything else I left out there?
Thank you, Patsy. Appreciate it. I'm very humbled by that really, really nice speech, and it's been my pleasure to serve the board over the last 8 years. So we'll see how much longer I hang around.
Sounds good. Her position has not been filled yet for the new person that would be coming on. So she's going to stay in that capacity till that is filled for us. So I appreciate that. Well, everybody knows me pretty good. I'm not real warm and fuzzy. That's about as warm and fuzzy as I get, but I do appreciate that work. Next, we're going to go to the minutes for December 11th of 2019 for the board meeting. We need approval of that. Did anyone see any revisions or clarification changes we needed to make in those minutes? Not hearing anyone or seeing any hands raised, I will assume that we're going to accept those. So I need a motion for that acceptance of those minutes for July or for December 11th. Thank you.
Patsy, I move to approve the minutes from the December 11th, 2019 board meeting as written. This is Rebecca.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Mandy. I will second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
This is
All
Mandy.
opposed?
Yes.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. We are going to move into the executive administrator report and then staff reports after that. So Carol Moreland.
Okay, you should have my report under staff reports on your iPad. So as usual, I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it is rather lengthy, but I just want to highlight a few things just that you're aware of and some action that you need to take and stuff like that. I always, for the new board members, I always list the upcoming meetings there so that if that's something that you are interested in, you know that it's coming and you can get it on your calendar. These are through National Council of State Boards of Nursing. It's, you know, with the COVID, they've had to take their meetings and make them virtual or cancel them, unfortunately. So the Discipline Case Management Conference that was supposed to take place earlier this month that Linda was going to go to was canceled. Did not move that virtual, but they canceled it. Now the annual meeting, which is always a very big thing, you know, that's where the business takes place, is going to be changed. It's only going to be on August 12th. Usually it's like 3.5 days, something like that. But it will be on August 12th and it's going to be from 1 to 5 p.m. So truly all they're going to do is business. Usually they do a lot of educational offerings and it's a really good conference, but you know, with the challenges, they decided to just do the virtual for the business part of it. So we do have 2 voting delegates that always go, and it's usually the board president and the executive administrator. So that would be Patsy and myself. However, if there's others who would like to attend, just let me know. Otherwise, I will get Patsy and I registered. But again, it's just truly going to be the voting business part of it. But you're certainly welcome. But you do have to be registered and stuff like that. And so is there anybody else that probably wants to attend that or just have the 2 voting delegates? We might want to have 1 additional person as a backup voting delegate if something happened so that either Patsy or myself could not go. That might be something that, is anybody interested in being a backup voting delegate?
This is Carol. I can probably do that.
Okay. All right. I will get the three of us registered then for that. And so Patsy and Carol, you'll be probably getting something from National Council to kind of let you know about that. Okay, the NCLEX conference that they have every year, that is going to be held virtual. It's a very, very popular conference. And so it's, I think last year was the first year they started doing 2 days, and it's just a repeat. And they're going to do that again this year. The dates are there, September 14th or 15th. So if anyone's interested in that, just let me know, because again, you have to be registered and you have to be like associated with a board.
Carol,
Rest of them are listed there. As far, I have not heard on those whether they're, I'm sure they're just going to wait a little bit and see if they need to move those virtual and stuff like that. But once we know more, I'll let you know.
Carol, this is Patsy.
Yeah.
Is that conference for the September 14th and 15th, isn't that our scheduled board meeting?
It might be.
it is. I looked it up, Patsy. It is.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
Well,
so-
Guess you're not going to be going to that.
Yeah, I guess that.
They are doing that virtually. They have,
Yeah.
they're doing it virtually.
Yeah. Okay, kind of a big thing I wanted to fill you in, because it's something that has required a huge amount of time, is the agency response to the COVID-19. Ever since Governor Kelly declared the state of disaster emergency on March 12th, it's just been very, very busy with sometimes very little notice of decisions that have to be made and stuff like that. I went into it with 3 top priorities that I had for the agency, and I continue to have for our agency. And I just wanted to cover those with you. Number 1 is to keep the employees safe and decrease their chance of exposure in the workplace. Number 2, all employees keep their jobs in a very uncertain time. And number 3, keep the functions of the agency continuing throughout the pandemic. We can't run the agency without our employees, and they have been wonderful throughout this whole thing. I cannot say enough. They really have. And so it's been very, very important to me that they stay safe. And, we were notified, we had like probably a 2-day notice that we were going to close business on March 20th at the end of the day. We had to identify the key agency functions that must continue for a 2-week period, and just the limited number of staff needed to maintain those key functions. And all the rest of the staff was put on administrative leave with pay. So they got a nice little vacation. And, when you look at what are the key functions of the agency, I feel that it's all very, very important. Don't get me wrong, but we couldn't continue everything. There's just no way we could do it. So we wanted to make sure that all of our online services continue, because we have a lot of online services. So we had to have Adrian, Tony, Colton to be able to maintain those. Licensing, we knew that the employers and everybody was going to want licenses as fast as possible. So for that reason, we kept Ray, our licensing supervisor. And then we needed to be able to cover education. And so Janelle and Chelsea stayed with us. And we had to continue with practice calls, because we knew there was going to be a lot of questions about practice, especially in an uncertain time like this. So Linda handled the practice calls. We had to continue to deposit money, and we had to pay bills. That has to continue. So Jill continued with that. And then all of these people were working remotely. There was no one in the agency. The Landon building was closed down. The agency was closed down. And so then I think that went very well. We were able to get that staff out. Most of them had laptops and stuff like that. So we were able to move those out fairly well. Kind of a challenging thing is they closed down the Landon building on March 20th and did not open it back up until May 26th. During that whole time, there was no mail delivered to the agency. We had no deliveries coming to the agency. So we had staff who had to go to the post office and pick up our mail and stuff like that. So it was just little things like that that had to be figured out. 2 weeks later, we were able to roughly get 78% of our employees working remotely. The only reason we were able to do that is we had just recently switched out desktop computers for everyone. And so we had the old ones sitting, waiting to go to state surplus, and we're not taken out there yet. So the IT staff were able to program those. So that's how we were able to get the rest of the staff remotely, because we didn't have enough laptops and stuff like that. So we were able to send desktops out with them. It was very important to me that none of the staff have to use their own cell phones, their own personal cell phones to call someone, or their own personal phones. So we were able to be part of a pilot in which they took their desktop phones out and were able to use those. I don't know all the specifics on that, but anyway, it worked fairly well. We had some challenges. You know, if those of you that are new to the board don't know this, but the other ones do, a project that we've been working on is trying to get investigative files and investigative team much more electronic than it is. They're still very, very much paper for factors that are truly out of their control. It's just kind of the way that it's been. So that was a barrier to this working really well for them. And so the phones worked fairly well, but the problem was if someone came back to the agency for a day or so, then they didn't have a phone on their desktop or their desk to use. So that was a little bit of an issue. So we're trying to still explore options for dealing with those. We did do our interviews for our 2 investigators through Zoom. That had never been done. It had never been done to move the agency remotely, pretty much. So this was kind of a very big thing. We did have about 4 staff that we brought back into the agency because either they didn't have internet or very reliable internet. You have to have pretty good internet to make this all work. Or their job responsibilities did not allow them to work remotely. We really felt like we needed a few back in the agency to support all of the staff that were teleworking. You know, they could scan things when they came in, get them to us electronic, different stuff like that. So Linda and I did interviews through Zoom. I think it went pretty well. We've learned Zoom really, really well. Communication has been something that I've really tried to focus on. I decided to do a weekly update that is, it goes to our staff, it goes to you as board members, it goes to basically anyone who wants it. It goes to other nursing organizations. You know, I just wanted the communication to be correct that went out about the agency, because, you know, some people were upset because they felt like we were not doing anything. Well, we were doing things, it just wasn't, we didn't have an open agency to everyone. We couldn't, the building was closed. We've had staff meetings every 2 weeks through Zoom just to keep the staff informed of any changes that have been going. We've had a lot of leadership meetings, supervisory meetings, all of that. So I think the communication has went very well. I've listed in my packet a number of executive orders. There's been a lot of executive orders coming out that impacted us. I'm not going to take time to go over any of those because that we had to accept public traffic. So we had to make some changes. If you've been in our agency, it's not the biggest agency and we have a fair number of employees. So we had to make some changes in order to maintain the 6 feet social distance that we're required to do. We did not want to make them have to wear masks the whole time they were in the agency. So we had to relocate some staff because we do have staff like in cubicle settings and there's no way that they can get their 6 feet distance. So we've done that. We do have limited access to our agency as far as the lobby because we have a fairly small lobby. So we can only have like 2 people in the lobby. We have social distancing decals and everything on the floor. We have installed a drop box, a secure drop box outside of our door so that if someone's just wanting to drop off documents, they don't have to wait if there's 2 people in the lobby at that point in time. They can just drop it in there. It's secure. Our staff checks it twice a day. And that has been used some. Probably the biggest change that we made was we no longer do fingerprints in our agency. And this has been very hard for some people to understand, but there's two reasons for that. We cannot maintain social distance and do fingerprints. They're literally standing right beside each other, and there's no way to do it. The KBI actually had to make a lot of, I think, structural changes to make it happen there. We did not do that because we're not the only option for them to get fingerprints. And then the second reason, and this is also a big one, is our fingerprinting equipment was outdated. And we were going to have to quit using it anyway, and it's very expensive to replace that. So we focused more on getting options for applicants to get fingerprints throughout the state of Kansas. Adrian did a lot of work with the law enforcement agencies throughout the state, and I think we're probably up to like 38 or something like that. So they may have to drive a county or two, that's very true, but there still are options there. The KBI does it by appointment. Another thing that we've done with our agency is to highly recommend that they make an appointment if they want to meet with someone. Number one, we still have half of our staff working remotely, you know, for the safety of our staff. You know, that was kind of a decision that not some people have understood, but I look at it this way. I bring all the agency back into, or all of the staff back into the agency, and there's an exposure, then everybody's out of the agency and the agency has to close down. However, if we have staff still working remotely, if there's an exposure, we do not lose all of the staff and we can still continue to do functions. So that was the reason that I made that. You know, I think it's going well, really, within the agency. It's a new time for everybody. It's a little bit different, but it's like life right now. You know, I did include in my report the licensing that you will see that occurred, because again, there was kind of a belief, you know, everybody wanted licensed immediately because of the pandemic. Well, it doesn't happen that way. You know, if we can't get the fingerprints done very well, we can't get the criminal background reports back, that slows things down. Getting transcripts from the schools, okay? A bunch of the schools were closed down. So that was out of our control. We can't license them without those things. So I just wanted to kind of include licensing statistics before and, you know, like last year at that time, and then before this or during the pandemic this time, they are down a little bit. That's true. But, you know, there's been several factors that play into that. And there's an executive order that actually extended their ability to renew their license. So that has played into this. But I just wanted to include that data. Another question that I have for you is not related to COVA, kind of moving past that now. IV therapy documentation. We are wanting to be able to, in nurses, attach a note saying that they're IV certified. That's information that doesn't really cross over from what we have in Milo. So it would be a matter of Chelsea going in to make that notation. That's what some other states do, like Missouri does that. But we just want to be able to communicate because we're seeing many more people using nurses for licensure verification. And so it's really important that they're able to see that, especially with the multi-state license. So if it would be okay with you as the board, we would like to start doing that practice. If there's any feedback on that.
Ms. Joe, that sounds good and makes sense to me.
Okay.
This is Carol. I agree.
Okay. All right. Okay, budget. You know, there was some uncertainty as far as if there would be changes made to the current fiscal year budget. There have not been any, so we were lucky. We had some extra money at the end, so we have purchased a fair amount of IT supplies like laptops. We've ordered new iPads for all of you. Those actually should have been replaced last year, but we kind of held over. knowing that the fiscal year next year could be very, very tight. We have not heard yet what kind of changes are going to be made to the budget. But, you know, you've heard all of the revenue for the state and all of that. So there probably will be some changes. But with all of the IT equipment that we have purchased, it's going to be much more easy. It's going to be easier for people to work remotely, really is. So we were lucky that we were able to do that. So that's been great. Let me see. Regulation revisions. This kind of came to a screeching halt during COVID also. So the undergrad education, I have to make some changes. Those changes have been made. I think the process has kind of started back up that the agencies are doing this. So I will get that going again. Hopefully we're going to get close to it. I don't know. We did new board member orientation. And then I did include in my packet, I think more toward the end, the recap of the 2020 legislative bills affecting KSBN. Actually, there were very few bills passed in this regular session. So you will see when you look at that, that there's been some things that would have impacted us, but they really didn't go anywhere. Probably the only thing that really passed that impacted us very much was the appropriations for our budget and stuff like that. Agency updates. I just want to remind you about the board member terms. Patsy talked about Jo. You know, her term will be up the end of June, and I know she's going to maybe stick around and help us until it gets filled. However, she was the chair of the investigative committee. So what needs to take place now, for those of you that have been on the board, you probably know that in September we do those really what we call long motions, where the board gives the authority, they delegate the authority to the investigative committee chair and vice chair to review the applications. And that's kind of done on a weekly call and stuff like that. Well, what's going to happen now is, since Jo's term is technically up the end of June, it would go to the vice chair. And that's true. There's a motion that says that the vice chair can do it. However, if Becky is the vice chair, if something would happen to Becky and she's not able to, it's not delegated to anyone else. So I talked to Jan about this, our legal counsel, and she said what needs to happen is you all need to make a motion today that would move, I presume Becky, since she's vice chair, to chair, and then you need to designate in the motion who would be vice chair so that we have those two people if we need to, because otherwise right now with Jo going off and her term ending, we only have one person who can do this. So I do need a motion so that that will be covered.
And this is Mandy, and Juliana and Tracy are on that as well. Is that correct, the other two?
That is correct. Now,
Okay.
Tracy, her term is actually due to end too. And I think Tracy's on here. Have you heard anything about reappointment? I know that you've been trying to, communicate with them to see if there's any progress on that. So
he did get back to me. Scott did get back to me. And he said that he is working on putting information in front of the governor to sign, whatever that means. And he also, oddly enough, wants me to look at another board to sit on. So, which I thought was very strange. So anyway, I don't have progress. I do have emails, and I don't know what that means exactly yet. I'm hoping whatever he's doing, I'm hoping he does it quickly.
Yeah.
I'd like to stay. I mean, my goal would be to stay. So, and I've said that to him, but I don't know what the process is on his side.
Yeah, it's kind of an involved process, I believe. And I know that Governor Kelly has been appointing to some boards because I've seen that come across. And, you know, the agency staff is not involved in this at all. So we don't really know until we're notified that someone's appointed or reappointed, because it's all done through the governor's office. So, yeah.
Let me pull it. I'm just going to pull up his note real quick and see if there's anything else that he suggested there.
So is this term or this position for chair and vice chair, is this for this 1 year and then in September it could be changed or redone or whatever?
It would be starting July 1st until, yeah, you guys always make committee assignments after the September meeting.
Okay.
It would start, you know, July 1st. So this person could make the weekly phone calls and stuff like that. And then they would be the person that would be chair of the investigative committee in September. Yeah, or, you know, if the chair is not there, it would be the vice chair doing this.
So Carol, given the situation with Tracy and some uncertainty there, I would make a motion that Rebecca Sander be appointed to the chair of the investigative committee and Juliana Reeschik as vice chair for the duration of this term.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Mandy and I will second that.
Any other discussion? Not hearing any other discussion. Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We got that covered. I'm not going to go over anything else in my packet, but there's a couple things that have come in since I did my report that I want you definitely to be aware of. One of them is a really, really nice thing. Adrian is getting Outstanding Nursing Regulator Award from National Council. He will receive the Meritorious Service Award, and this is granted to a member for significant contributions to the mission and vision of NCSBN. He has been involved with NCSBN for a number of years and has done a huge amount of work for them and for our agency with NCSBN. He's kind of my go-to person when I have questions about NCSBN. So he is very, very deserving of this award. I was able to participate in, you know, getting him nominated for this award, and I think it's great that he's getting that. He definitely deserves this. Normally, they give these out at the annual meeting. They have a really nice, you know, ceremony and all of that. However, since it's virtual, they will not be doing it at the annual meeting. The plans now are to do it at the mid-year meeting. So hopefully we will be together at the mid-year meeting and it can happen in person because it's really a very nice ceremony and very deserving people. I just have to also share with you, because some of you know Lori. Lori is like my counterpart at the Missouri Board of Nursing. Again, has been extremely involved with National Council throughout the years, has been a lot of assistance to me, you know, in learning and everything, especially with the compact. Well, she is getting the kind of, I think of it as the high award, the prestigious R. Louise McManus Award. So that's really great. Mary got this, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. So I think Lori is also very, very deserving of that. So it's exciting to see that. So congratulations, Adrian.
Thank you.
And then I just wanted to let you know, we kind of have been working on this and it got slowed up a little bit because of COVID. But you know, we always submit the renewal application to get accreditation status through the U.S. Department of Education. And it's a little lengthy application that we do, but we have actually been recognized for several years now. I've been involved. This is probably the 3rd time I've been involved in it. But we were notified that we got that. We got it for a 4-year period. So we are one of 6 boards of nursing in the nation that are recognized under this. So we did get renewed recognition as a program, I can't say that today, accrediting agency. So that's really good. There was a lot of work done. Janelle helped me on that, so that's really great. I think that's probably it, because I'm not going to go over any of the executive orders that are part of this, because a lot of that's changed by now. So if there's any questions for me.
It doesn't sound like we do. So I guess we'll move to the next staff report. I don't know what order you had those in, but I have Adrian on the list first for operations.
Okay, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. You have my report. It's a rather lengthy one. Carol did a great job updating you on a lot of the COVID information and steps that we've taken. I again echo her compliments to the staff. They did just an amazing job, you know, getting everything ready, being flexible, you know, working in stressful conditions, working in to some degree, maybe dangerous conditions. They really stepped up, you know, getting the computers ready, picking up the mail, staffing, doing the deposits. You know, the interesting thing that has really occurred that I find very interesting is that even though we were teleworking, a lot of the statistical information is the same. So maybe slightly decreased in the area of reinstatements, but for renewals, everything's trending pretty closely to what it was the year prior at this time, with just some slight deviations. But I thought that was a great thing. We did have the struggles of the fingerprinting locations. That was probably one of the big ones. And then, of course, when the NCLEX testing was unavailable to us due to Pearson closing, that was a rather stressful time for the board as well as NCSBN. But thankfully, that's becoming much more available now, and things are spinning up rapidly. So, but was incredibly impressed with the staff. And the other interesting thing is that there was opportunities for innovation during those time periods. We had a lot of forms and things that we had done paper, the various areas worked on, you know, Janelle and Carol and Chelsea and Tony, they worked and they automated. We had a system we call WebBuddy that we use for filling out information and submitting it electronically, and they took probably 5 or 6 different forms that they did and processes, and now they're essentially automated. So that gave us an opportunity when, you know, not all the phone calls were coming in quite to the degree to look at some of our operations. So we actually, in those areas, increased. You know, one of the things I got notice of the other day that I'd like to recognize both Carol and Colton, really, the AANP recognized the Board of Nursing in Kansas as one of the pinnacle areas that they look for information on COVID response. Those of you that haven't seen it, they created a section on our website and in Carol's weekly newsletter. I think all of that information, providing the information about the fingerprints and that sort of thing, it was impressive to me when she sent that to me that a national organization picked us out in that manner, and I thought that was really great. You know, and then we had the struggles of the telephones. That is a barrier that unfortunately we don't control, but we have made our, you know, our troubles known to the powers that be, and they are looking at that as a solution for the state. We're not the only ones that are experiencing that, but we are preparing for potential longer teleworking, or if there was to be a second wave, we're getting more laptops so that the computers that were old that needed replaced will now be replaced with laptops and docking stations. So all of that, I won't go into too much more, but that I did want to highlight that. And then some other positive news. The new members don't know about this quite as much, but we've been working on a very long-term project to get our data center moved. And Tony just texted me today, said he's coming up to pick up a server. They're going to actually test our connections over in this new location. For the new members, this has been a very long struggle. So this is a big thing that we're trying to get out of our data center that state's in and get into a more robust and defined actual data center that's here in Topeka, and then another offsite location a little further away. So that's some positive news. I was very pleased to see that this morning. So, but other than that, that's some big things that we're doing. Just chugging along. Do you have any questions?
This is Carol Bragdon. Adrian, could we get that information to the newsletter, the next newsletter about the recognition by AANP? I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that's okay to share. I know it was a personal one-to-one email to Carol, and the only reason I brought it up is that I thought it was significant. I mean, that's a very big thing, and so
we don't often get recognized for good things, so we need to make sure people are aware that we do some good things. Thank you.
Yeah, I was very pleased to see that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Any other questions for Adrian?
Hey, Patsy. Adrian, I don't know if you want to say anything about the newsletter being electronic now.
Yes, thank you. During the whole COVID situation, some real world things hit us. And one of those was, I anticipated was going to happen anyways, but it definitely pushed it along. The nursing newsletter, I've been here 20 years, and I think it's probably been going for maybe 10 years even before that, has been sent and printed. You receive it in your mail, many of you, and it kind of looks like a newspaper. That company was actually sold or taken over by the owner's son and wife, probably maybe a little bit about a year ago or so. And they've been a great group. They're working well with us. The way our contract is set up, or actually it's not contract, the way our agreement is set up is that, they mail it for free and print it for free, and then they get the revenue based on the advertisements that are put in the newsletter. With some of the COVID situations that occurred, I think some of the technology and just the natural transition that has occurred, people are moving away from the print and mail kind of a model. Then with the COVID situation, people are backing off, saving their revenues. They're not advertising as much in those mediums, so that revenue was removed. And then the cost of the paper mills that the group used to do that, 2 of them went out of business, so I think they said they have 1 left. And the price, as you might imagine, supply and demand has went up almost double. So they essentially said, originally they were wanting to move towards the electronic newsletter model, which many of the boards of nursing are doing. Even in our region, there's a handful of them just right around us that are all moved to electronic. But they basically said we're not going to be able to do it anymore. And so the solution would be to put it out to bid. We would have to pay for it at that point. So we don't have a budget for that. There is another company that's available out there, but we would have to go through the whole bid process and all that. And this group has done a good job. They do the nursing scholarships for us. They, in the early days, back when they could do it, they actually had funded some networking equipment way back in the early days of the Board of Nursing. When I took over, we didn't have any money for anything, and they sponsored stuff like that. So the board executive committee, we had a discussion about this because of the timeliness. We weren't going to be able essentially to do another print after the one you probably have or will be receiving. So they made the decision to go ahead and move towards the electronic. Because they're going to use this new service, it allows us to do more proactive information, so we can gather statistics on the articles that they read. We can see how many people are opening it, just based on, I don't have the data right in front of me, I apologize, but just based on this last newsletter that went out, our click rate was something like 38% or something like that, which is pretty good for that medium. And we'll be able to do some multimedia type things that we don't do now, obviously, with the newsletter. And then with this whole COVID situation, some of their other customers that are using that platform, they're sending out kind of like micro updates in between their big notices. So I saw one organization was using them to do some sort of a survey, had something to do with the COVID situation for the group that they were working with. And they said, they indicated the response rate was really high because it got to them quickly. And so, there's some new avenues that we can take advantage of by doing that. Likewise, since they are going to save on the production of the paper and the mailing, they're going to offer us some additional incentives. Our annual report, Jill inherited it and Carol did too. It's very dated looking. It's kind of static. There's no pretty pictures or anything really in it. So we want to take a fresh look at that, and they've said that they would be willing to help us design a nice new, modern type annual report that we think would be, better serve the population. So that's something that we're going to be working on with them. Any sort of graphic design or anything that we want to design for, if we have a report or something that we want to do, they said they would help us with that. So those are the kind of things that we think we're going to get. We're going to see how it works. If it doesn't work out, then we can bring it back and make that decision. The problem is, and I don't know of anybody that's doing it, but nobody's going to probably do it for free in the current model that we have. So if we want to change it back to some sort of mailer, we're either going to have to bid it and pay for it, or this is what we have. And so that's what we did.
Any other questions for Adrian? Hearing none. Thanks for that, Adrian, and congratulations again on your
Thank you. Honor. I very much appreciate being able to work with the board.
The next staff report I have here is Linda for practice.
Hello, am I unmuted? Okay, hi, and welcome new board members. We're excited to have you. I'm sorry to see Joe is leaving us eventually, but it's been wonderful learning from you and encouraging me. Thank you very much. You have my practice specialist report. It's broken down into some data. We, since we didn't meet in March, we also included what was for the March committee or board, and then as well as from January to March, what would be presented in June. So you have those numbers for a number of cases opened. It'll be interesting to see kind of where we are from April, May, and June when we report in September, because those are the months that we were going to be basically remoting and doing that work probably not as efficiently as we should be, but that's due to some changes that are coming. You see significant investigations. We're tracking those differently, and those are the case investigations relating to abuse, drug diversion, impairment at work. So those numbers are included into the new cases opened also. And then you also have the rest of the numbers. As far as for page 2, the supervisory things, the investigative team, I met with them to establish goals for the year. And they had picked several depending on each person's interest. And we were going to be looking at continuing nursing education and the quality of the audit that we do. And then alternative to discipline impairment provider program, which is KNAP, that the board contracts with. And we're looking at processes that are handled and how some nurses are referred and re-referred, and their length of time to be able to be rehabilitated and to show sufficient evidence of that. So we're looking at a lot of processes. The initial licensing application process is very cumbersome and very paper oriented. And so we are diving knee deep, if not hip deep, into that currently. And that's hopefully by September, we have a better process defined. It probably won't be the final process, but it's something that will be better than what it is currently. Unlicensed practice was a goal of one of the investigative staff. And I included here procedures to include telework because all of the procedures that we're reviewing, we are also trying to include a portion to where the internal process for working remote is an option. If we can work in the agency, that's fine. But if the agency is closed and we need to be able to work telework, or that's an option for future per the agency's operations, then we want to be able to include how we're doing those things and work through those processes now. Staff hires, as Carol mentioned, we did do Zoom interviews, and that was fun. That was yeah. And I have 3 here in the room with us that we did hire. We hired Nikki Snodgrass as our RN investigator. She's on my left. You probably need to get your face over just a little bit. I don't know if you see it. But she's our RN investigator, and she has ICU ER experience. And she's a young, ready to roll. So I feel like she's also going to be able to help us relate to those new grads, that mentality of the youthful nurse. Not that I'm that much older, but and then we have Evan Faulkner. He's our special investigator. And right now he's helping us facilitate the renewal applications and work with those things, which kind of really helps then our RN investigator, Kevin, be freed up to work on cases. So Evan's taken that role on, and we're reviewing process to see what other things we can have him do to help us be more efficient. The other thing that we did was that we stole the AAG's assistant administrator and moved Victoria Bond into our administrative specialist position. And she has been a godsend to the investigative division. And she's in the room as well. You can wave. Can they see you? Yeah, there she is. She has been a godsend. We love her dearly, and we will not give her up. So professional review, we were starting to meet to review complaints and to keep into that every 2 weeks. As soon as we get the complaint received, we needed to be able to meet and review those complaints to get them assigned to cases. And we had started to do that via paper, and then COVID hit. And so in March, then we tried to figure out how we can do that electronically. We didn't do that within 2 weeks of receiving the complaint, and I'm getting better, and Victoria is helping me get better. But we do have a process, and it is working fairly well. But there was a little bit of a lag time for being able to get those complaints reviewed. And I apologize, but things just kind of happened. I did renew my membership with ANA, and I did also join the Kansas Risk Management Quality Risk Management Organization. And they were to have a meeting that I was going to attend, but everything got canceled, and that was fine. And we do have some upcoming things that I also then assisted with new board member orientation, things of that nature. We did also present at the Kansas, is it the Student Nurse Association? Is that what it's called? KSNA or Kansas Nurse Association?
Nurse Association.
And it was mostly students that were there or something. Okay. We presented there as far as like kind of legal questions that kind of come with your applications and kind of how to help respond and what we need from you as far as being able to process your application. That was my discussion piece. During COVID, the biggest challenge for the investigative division is that we are completely paper. And not only were we reviewing policies and procedures and internal processes to see how can we become more efficient, but now we're also looking at those and trying to figure out how can we be more efficient and be remote. And it includes being able to have an electronic version of our case investigation file. And we have paper. So Victoria and Jessica and others. Sorry, hello. Others have helped us scan documents and so that we can then work remote and work on those electronically. If we've started a case investigation in a paper format, we're going to complete that. If one starts to come in, we get that complaint scanned electronically and we start working that case electronically so that we can iron out some of the kinks along the system. And so right now we have both things going at the same time. but we're trying to figure out, how do we can, what we identify in paper, we can move to electronic as well. So pre-hearing conference met this last month via conference call. So that was another issue. As far as like all of our policies and procedures that we're still working on, we continue to look at best practice and what other state boards of nursing are doing so that we can kind of look to see, can we still shamelessly and kind of not reinvent a wheel. So there's a lot going on the investigative division, but I feel like the team is coming together and we have weekly team meetings now so that we can stay on the same page and keep moving forward. They're starting to be more solution focused. I applaud that. And our new hires are going to help us continue to do that. So that's my report.
Thank you, Linda. Any questions from the group? Okay, hearing none, I guess we're going to move to the last staff report. Janelle for education.
Good morning, everybody. I'll make this brief. Most of the report that's there are pretty standard in terms of some of the things that I just do normally. What I'd like to do is kind of bring up a couple things, as Carolyn, Adrian, and Linda have all kind of alluded to, that maybe have come up since the report was written. And I think maybe might be the things to highlight here. Just a note, we do have some new program administrators that started the beginning of this year. And so they've kind of walked into the COVID situation as administrators, and I know that's been difficult. And I think I just like to, at this point, just kind of give a shout out to all the administrators for all the work that they did do during this whole process. I know they've been really stretched and strained, but I think from what I hear, and that's one of the things I was really glad to be able to do, was keep in contact with them during this whole time. And the responses they've given us, the help they've given us, the feedback they've given us has all been helpful. And for the most part have been trying to keep us updated on what's going on with them so that we know how to best and help them. So I really appreciate that. The other thing is, and Carol kind of alluded to this, we have been working on, and I did note in here, we did a 125, there might be a few more faculty qualification reports. Those are reports that administrators send in when they have new faculty that they hire. It's part of our regulation, but that process is one of the things that we have just finished getting to an all online process. And I think this is just going to be a huge help to administrators and to us in getting that timely and turned around. So yeah, our IT, Tony and Chelsea, in getting help me get that put together and getting that to an online. And I'm going to be sending out something very soon because this just happened this week. It's been tested and put out there. So I've kind of given the administrators a heads up, but we're hoping that that's going to all go smoothly. So that will be sent to us all online, and I'll be able to respond and give them their copies, signed copies back online, and they'll have that as regulation demands. So that's been a really great thing. I've also worked on trying to get some other things to more of an electronic process, and we have a couple more forms, as Adrian alluded to too, that have gone to online. So that's very helpful. My next hope is that our petition process is something that I work with, and number of petitions have gone up since I've been here, probably most significantly in the last 3 to 4 months. And so I am hoping to get that as my next project, to get that to an online. It's right now all mail. I spend a lot of time coaching petitioners. So I've been working on a revision process for that to get it online, hopefully get it clarified a little bit. I've gotten some feedback from petitioners on what's difficult for them. There are some things that are personal to each one, but there are some things I found that have been very helpful in trying to focus that process so it's easier for them and maybe less time consuming for me trying to walk everybody through it, which I try not to have to do. I think the other thing is responses to nursing programs. One of the things that's coming out is on July 1st of this year, the U.S. Department of Education has put a mandate in place for nursing programs to be able to know if their nursing programs are, if licensees, if I'm an out-of-state program and I have a person from, say, Nebraska come here for school, my program needs to know if she meets Nebraska education requirements. So we get a lot of inquiries, both for undergraduate pre-licensure program and for advanced licensure programs, to make sure that they meet our requirements. And because our regulations are not always as clear as people would like them to be, they say they look for them, but sometimes they just can't find them. So one of the things that NCSBN has been very helpful, they realize this is going to be a process. They were saying that some states are getting upwards of 100, 180 calls a month as it starts rolling around. I haven't gotten quite as many, but I did note on here I'd responded to about 34. I think that's doubled just since I did that report. So one of the things they're doing is providing a link on their website for all states who respond, and we have already responded to them. Carol was able to give me a heads up to, or approval to do that. And so I've made it a little simpler for them and hopefully outlined it enough so that the link will give them the information they need without having to email or call us, which it's fine. I don't mind responding, but I think it will be helpful for all of them and for you all as well. If you have any questions for your programs, and I've given this information to our administrators as well. So I think those are probably the big things. I did put a little bit extra in my report this time, just some updates, and Carol has done most of that, but just some reminders, mostly for from our education side, about the fingerprints, about applications. And those are a lot of the questions I still get. So hopefully those will be helpful. And I think that's all that I will say on that report. If anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to respond to.
Any questions for Janelle? Okay, if it's all right with the group, we'll just keep moving through the agenda, and the next thing, it will be the committee reports. The first one listed on here is for education, so I'm going to turn over the facilitation of the meeting to Carol Bragdon as the vice president. Handle that. We have quite a few motions with education, so I'd like to just give a little bit of a committee report first with some of the things some action we had in that, and then go to the motions, because I have over 20 of those motions, so it will take me a minute to get through those. So discussion we had, there was some questions about the specifics for IB regulations that would be tied to the PN coursework or curriculums. And so the group decided to put together a focus team, a task force, if you will, to look at the specifics for the IB regs and put some details and maybe some clarifications. Some of that has to do also with core curriculum and understanding the intent of core curriculum for PN programs. That's through KBOR. That's an alignment process for the Workforce Development Group. So we have a team put together consisting of myself, Carol Moreland, Janelle Martin, and also Christina Rudisil, that's one of the members of the education team. And we're going to look at that and bring back some recommendations to the group in September for some clarification of those details, because some of the schools are wondering it. And there's a lot of conversation there about that. And I won't go into that, but we're trying to get some defining clarification. Also, some understanding with some help with the AG, we can look to them to see what does that reg really mean in the legal term, so we don't, make sure we stay within the rights of the regulations that are written there for each school and give some direction. The other piece that we put a second focus team together to draft some guidelines for some virtual visits, if that's what we need to do because of COVID-19. And so we're going to put that group together, but that group is also going to work on a statement that might help outline what's accepted for this next fall for programs that are still going to work and maybe change some delivery methods like we did in the spring? And what is our cutoff for that? And when do we need documentation through the education committee so they can have approval for that change? Because normally that's the function and that's how we would handle that. But with the immediacy of what's going on here, we need maybe a clarifying statement. And so that task group or that focus team is also going to work on that. And that team is made up of, I have that written here. Janelle Martin, no, Carol Moreland. Carol, help me a minute. Carol Moreland.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Just a minute. I have it written here.
I think it was Karen and Becky, maybe. And I thought there was one other.
I only have 4 renditions of this. Just a minute. Let me get to my real. I can tell you.
Well, let me look.
Bernadette Federoff, Dee Bonham Blessed, Karen Kidder, and Janelle Martin is going to take care of that team.
Sorry, Becky.
Back with some suggestions for that. And that will have to move fairly quickly because we need some of that as fall is starting, getting ready to start. And we have several visits, some that were canceled and did not happen. And so how do we keep on schedule? Because not being on schedule is not an option. So we'll look for that. The other piece that we had discussion is about workforce development data survey or workforce data survey. And there's been some talk about some of those data. Adrian helped us understand that National Council is also looking at that. So I think the request that came out of the Education Committee was that we put it on the agenda for September for the full board. We kind of felt like it pertained to education, but it also was a bigger view than that. And so we just wanted it on the agenda so that we could have some discussion about that. Adrian, do you have some input there?
Yes, we started collecting some of the workforce data online when we went live with the compact, or shortly thereafter. I think we put it in somewhere maybe about the September timeframe. So it's going to take a couple years before we gather all of the information. It's collected at renewal, so it's going to take just a little bit of time. But the data is submitted up to National Council in our nurses daily uploads. So that information gets to them, and then they'll take that information and build it into their workforce survey report that they do every few years.
Okay, thanks for that. The last piece I had there is that when the focus team has a draft put together that we could look at for the virtual visits and also the statement that we're talking about, it was suggested in the Education Committee that we would give that to the exec team for the board and they could make some jurisdiction as to how that document will be taken care of or for approval from the executive team. Do we need to have any kind of motion for that, or is Carol Moreland, we probably need a motion?
Yeah, it probably would be a good idea that they delegate that to you all to decide.
So I would entertain, I don't have a motion from the Education Committee. Can we make that right here?
Sure, the board can do that.
So we don't have a pre-printed motion for you to read. So if someone would help me make a motion for that. Chelsea is very willing to write down the words that we say so that we'll have it recorded. Is that correct? Okay, sounds good. Would somebody help me out with a motion for that? Okay, I guess I
I'll
can.
make a motion, Patsy, if you can help me articulate it.
Okay, we can do that. A motion to give the authority for the executive board to make decisions for that virtual draft for guidelines for a virtual visit, and also for a statement clarifying delivery methods for schools for education in Kansas. Is that close enough?
It sounds good to me.
Can't hear you for sure. Who's speaking? Rebecca?
I think Juliana's mic is muted. She was the one speaking.
I just said that sounded good to me, Patsy. I think I'll make that motion.
Okay, so there's a motion. Do we have a second?
So Juliana, can you tell us exactly again, it was moved to give authority for executive board to offer virtual visit, and what was the last part of that?
It was this is Patsy, it was to give authority so that they could draft a guideline for virtual visits if needed.
Okay.
And also for a statement for clarifications for the education, for the schools, to know what the expectations would be for fall of 2020.
Okay.
Okay, I think I can take over then to handle the vote, Patsy.
Thank you.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
This is Mandy. Go ahead, Rebecca. Go ahead.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Are you ready, Patsy?
I am. Any questions about that discussion, or can I move right to the motions? Okay, I guess I'll take off. It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for Rasmussen College BSN program for time period consistent with national accreditation if recommendations met in expected time frame.
This is Joe, second.
Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations from Pittsburgh State University BSN program for the time period of national accreditation.
Is there a second?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations from Pittsburgh State University DNP program, time period of national accreditation.
Is there a second?
This is Mandy. I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report for Newman University BSN program and approve for a time period of national accreditation.
Second.
This is Joe, I second.
Thank you, Joe. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for University of St. Mary BSN program for the time period of national accreditation.
Is there a second?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for University of St. Mary MSN F&P program for the time period of national accreditation.
Is there a second?
This is Mandy. I'll second.
Thank you, Mandy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Hutchinson Community College Practical Nursing to add IV therapy content to the PN core curriculum course, PN 106 KSPN Nursing Care of Adults 1, with the course outcomes and competencies as defined in the core curriculum.
A second.
This is Joe. I second.
Thank you, Joe. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Kansas City, Kansas Community College Practical Nursing Program to incorporate IV therapy content into current PN core curriculum beginning fall of 2020. Content will be added to second semester course KSPN 107 Adult Health 1 with the course outcomes and competencies as defined in the core curriculum.
Is there a second to the motion?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Colby Community College Practical Nursing Program to incorporate IV therapy portion of the PN core curriculum beginning with the 2020-2021 academic school year.
Is there a second?
This is Juliana. I'll second.
Thank you, Juliana. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Garden City Community College Practical Nursing Program to implement IV therapy in alignment with LPN scope of practice and KBOR approved PN core curriculum beginning fall of 2020.
May I have a second?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Anyone in opposition say no. Any abstentions?
I abstain. It's my school.
Thank you, Patsy. Patsy will abstain. Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Barton Community College Practical Nursing Program to implement IV therapy in alignment with KBOR approved PN core curriculum for the PN program beginning fall of 2020.
May I have a second?
This is Juliana. I'll second.
Thank you, Juliana. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from North Central Kansas Technical College Beloit Practical Nursing Program to revise the program to be in compliance with the KBOR core curriculum. This would include IV therapy objectives and content of the Nursing Care of Adults 1 course and the Nursing Care of Adults 1 course clinical course, removing 2 non-core courses, adding 1 credit hour course, pharmacology for the PN, to the second semester and keeping a non-core course PN 102 strategies for success. These changes for PN program would begin August 2020.
May I have a second?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from the Kansas Practical Nurse Military Nurse Initiative to approve a modified curriculum that would allow advanced standing for veterans with specific medic military training experience.
Is there a second, please?
This is Joe. I'll second.
Thank you, Joe. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Washburn Institute of Technology Practical Nursing to revise the PN program, including incorporation of the revised PN core curriculum, reduce the credit hours from 48 to 47 credits, update course names, eliminate the clinical component for role development, add a new course called NCLEX PN, and accept the proposed course sequence with its respective credit hours.
May I have a second?
This is Mandy. I'll second.
Thank you, Mandy. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Bethel College BSN program to reduce the BSN curriculum from 55 hours to 52 hours by reducing the credit hours of clinical practicum 1, 2, and 3 from 4 credit hours to 3 credit hours each. The total credit hours for the BSN program will then be reduced from 124 to 120 effective August.
Is there a second?
I second. This is Becky.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Mid-American Nazarene University Adult Gerontology Primary Care NP program to replace NURS 6913 Healthcare Informatics, Database Management and Financial Reimbursement 3 credit hours and NURS 6113 Quality Regulation Management 3 credit hours with a new combined course NURS 6733 Informatics Quality and Safety for the Advanced Practice Nurse 3 credit hours to reduce curriculum redundancy and overlap.
May I have a second?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Kansas City, Kansas Community College Nursing Department to have joint mission philosophy statements for the nursing department, RN and PN, with separate scope of practice definitions for each program.
May I have a second?
This is Joe. I'll second.
Thank you, Joe. Any discussion? Hearing none. All of those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Colby Community College to NS 245 NCLEX RN exam preparation for 1 credit hour to the ADN curriculum.
May I have a second?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All of those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas School of Nursing BSN program to reduce credit hours in NURS 471 development of our microsystem leader from 4 to 3 credit hours, changing course description and objectives to reflect the decreased content time, and to transfer the additional credit hour to NURS 473 professional development 3 transition to practice, which will go from 1 to 2 credit hours with a change in course title and objectives to reflect the increased content time. There is no overall change in program credit hours.
May I have a second to the motion?
This is Mandy. I will second.
Thank you, Mandy. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from the University of Kansas School of Nursing Graduate Program to add NRSG 954 DNP Synthesis Workshop for 1 credit hour to the DNP program. This will be a required course to synthesis, integration, and translation of knowledge and skills acquired throughout the first half of the program.
May I have a second?
This is Becky, I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any in opposition, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Pittsburgh State University BSN program to increase the number of students admitted to the upper division junior level nursing program from 90 to 95 students per year, starting in August of 2020.
I need a second to the motion, please.
This is Juliana. I'll second.
Thank you, Juliana. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Donley College PN program to 1, bring the current program into alignment with the new KBOR core curriculum, including IV therapy as part of nursing care of adults 1, 2, to add 1 non-core course, HC 107 medical terminology at 1 credit hour to the core curriculum, and 3, to keep 1 non-core course from current program NU 220 NCLEX PN review 1 credit hour, and change the name to NU 220 concept synthesis, increased to 2 credit hours. This reduced the total number of program hours from 39 to 35 with no change to prerequisite hours.
May I have a second?
This is Becky, I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any in opposition, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Donley College ADN program to adjust the credit hours of NU 209 Surgical Nursing 3 from 4 to 3 credit hours. And number 2, to adjust NU 2112 Maternal Child and Family Nursing course from 3 to 4 credit hours. And number 3, to increase the credit hours of NU 221 Medical Surgical 4 from 3 to 4 credit hours. And number 4, to change the name of NU 225 NCLEX RN Review to Concept Synthesis and increase from 1 to 2 credit hours. And number 5, to remove NU 223 Public and Community Health 3 credit hours and replace it with NU 224 Mental Health 2 credit hours.
May I have a second to the motion?
This is Mandy. I will second.
Thank you, Mandy. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the sample roster for students who have completed IV therapy within the PN program to be used as a template for the PN programs to notify the board of students who have successfully completed IV therapy within the PN program.
May I have a second?
This is Tracy. I'll second.
Thank you, Tracy. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the petition for permission to retest summary from November 11, 2019 through May 14, 2020, which includes Delphine Akram, Linda Lewinsky, Darren Patoya, Norma Aguilera, Sandra Montoya, Megan Sellers, Ashley Mig, Rachel Moore, Marilyn Vidito, Ashley Kuhn, and Bulka Omonusi.
May I have a second to the motion?
This is Mandy. I will second it.
Thank you, Mandy. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
That's the last of the motions, believe it or not.
I return the gavel to the Madam Chairman.
So is it okay with the group if we take another report from investigative committee and then take a break?
That's fine.
Okay, then Joe, I guess investigative committee.
All right. Quick comment before we start the investigative report. Patsy sprung that thing on me this morning, so I just wanted to say a couple of quick words to the board. You all have been wonderful to work with. You have been so professional, so committed, so fun, I might add. It's just made the experience wonderful. I loved working with Mary. I love working with Carol. It's just been a delight to see Carol get her feet under her in incredibly trying and challenging circumstances and lead us so effectively. That's been wonderful. And for the investigative committee, Juliana, Becky, Tracy, you guys have been fantastic. And Will has been an awesome support for all of us. Linda has been a wonderful addition to the investigators. So I just wanted to say, I've served my time. It's time I move on, but it has been a wonderful privilege and I will miss you all. So on that note, you all will be thrilled. The investigative committee has only 3 motions. We had an incredibly short quasi judicial meeting on Monday, which is very unusual for us. But the 3 motions are as followed. It was moved to approve KSA 65-1121A as written.
This is Carol. I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye, or yes, sorry.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 65-1129 as written.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. A motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes,
Yes.
Yes.
and all opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 65-1135 as written.
This is Juliana. I'll second.
I have a motion is second. Any discussion?
This was, the motion was to approve. This one may be brought back to the investigative committee for revision come September.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 All opposed say no. That motion carries.
All right, Becky will be taking over as chair of the committee come July 1. She's been coming into weekly conferences now for almost a month. So she's ready and raring to go. So you all should be pleased to have her on board as the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, do we want to take a break now for 10 minutes, 15? You guys tell me what. This is 10. Yeah, okay, 10. 10 minutes. We'll see you back here 10:58, so 10 minutes. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay, is everyone back from break?
This is
Yes.
Becky.
Okay. Colton, are we good to go?
There we go. Yes, you should be good. Good to go.
Okay. I'm going to resume the meeting and continue with the Continuing Education Committee report. Juliana just texted me on the break and said she was going to get a update on her situation at work. So Juliana, are you on the Zoom yet? Not seeing her there. Let's that report right now and go on to APRN if that's okay with everyone. Because she comes back online.
Absolutely. Let me shuffle my papers here and get to the right ones.
Okay, thank you.
The APRN committee met yesterday on a teleconference. Several things that were mentioned have already been discussed. The K-TRAX funding was in Carol's report, so good news on that. The APRN programs were approved, including Alverno College NP and Old Dominion University. See if I got a motion for that.
Carol, you should have one. If not, I can read it for you.
Oh, would you read it for it? Because all I'm seeing is the Finance Council motion. So if you wouldn't mind reading that, please.
Okay, it was moved to approve the following out-of-state schools and their below noted programs as meeting the board's criteria. Alverno College Family Nurse Practitioner, Old Dominion University Neonatal NP.
This is Mandy. I will second it.
Sorry, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Thank you. We did, under new business, talk a bit about the Healthcare Stabilization Fund information. We had discussion in past meetings about perhaps posting some links to our website to better inform our APRNs. Although the Board of Nursing does not apply this, it is required of CRNAs and nurse midwives. So it was felt that that would be helpful to have linkage available for those persons. The impetus for discussion really came with the prior introduction of legislation for NP full scope of practice, which would have then placed those folks under the requirement to have the Healthcare Stabilization Fund membership. That didn't go anywhere, but nonetheless, in the likelihood that it will in the future, that will add to the importance of having that on the website. And we also talked about perhaps adding a little piece on the APRN licensure that could be added under their affirmation for those that need to belong to Healthcare Stabilization Fund. They could at least affirm that during their application, just to assure that people that need to be aware of that are aware of that. So that action took place. We had some significant discussion on the nurse midwives joint appointments with the Board of Healing Arts. Those regulations went to the public hearing. That letter is in the board packets. Carol, feel free to jump in at any point in time. The Board of Nursing was not aware of that particular meeting and therefore did not have any representatives present. The administrative hearing folks were a bit distressed that nursing was not involved, since it really was under statute requiring joint approval by the Board of Nursing. So the Board of Healing Arts was advised that they needed to cooperate in a timely fashion to get these regulations addressed to the ability of the Board of Nursing to support them, and then to also consider the statutes revisions that might be requested as we feel like there were some significant issues with the writing of that statute. The committee recommended that the current advisory board that we had appointed to serve on the Nurse Midwife Advisory Council for the Board of Healing Arts be continued, and Kara Busenhart, who has participated on that, and Jamie Harrington as well, both indicated that there have been no meetings for quite some time, so there has been no nursing input into that facility. So we have asked Carol go ahead and contact the Tucker, the director now of the Board of Healing Arts, and offer the Board of Nursing's willingness to work on those issues as directed by the legislative administration folks, and we would request reappointment of our members for another term. They are an appointment through the APRN committee and are not a board committee as such that's subject to term limitations. Any other comments that you might have in that arena, Carol?
Nope, I think you did a great job covering that. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the board members? This has been a sticky issue for a good 3 years now, so I feel like it's been a whole board term that we've been dealing with this.
Does anyone have any questions for Carol?
Okay, that will conclude the APRN report. Carol, if you will just notify the officially the Midwife Council appointees that we requested that they serve again in that capacity.
I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that report. I do not see Juliana back on here yet, so let's just go ahead and move to Practice IV Therapy Advisory Committee. Mandy?
Okay. Yesterday, one of the things we went through, Sharon Morris is on there, of course. She went through the delegation of a specific nursing task in the school setting for Kansas. And it is going along with the accordance with the criteria listed in KAR 60-15-101 through 104. And it breaks down what can be delegated out to unauthorized personnel, which are other people in the school system that are not RN or LPN licensed. What the LPN and the RN can do and can delegate out is basically what it is. She also spoke about the EpiPen kits, and the stock albuterol, which they've kind of put together now for the school. You know, they've been working on that for a while. And the House Bill 24, I'm going to say it right, hold on here, 2488. She did ask that if we as a board could support that. She did say that the Board of Pharmacy supports that. You know, their biggest issue right now is they could get a doctor to be on board for it, but pharmacists are really hesitant to want to be responsible for this. Carol, could you talk a little bit more about that to them, about the pharmacists? That's been their biggest holdup from what I have understood.
Yeah, this is Carol Moreland. The way that the bill is written presently is they have to have like a pharmacist supervision. And so pharmacist is kind of like responsible for all of this, like inventory and everything. That's what's kept in all these school systems of this stuff. And pharmacy just really doesn't feel that they have the staff to do that. And they really shouldn't be like a supervising person of all of this. So this bill would take that language out. And the Board of Pharmacy is supportive of that. So it's probably a good move. I think it might make things move ahead a little bit faster.
Yeah. And that's what Sharon was speaking to yesterday as well. She also said one of the changes they did in that is before the old bill was just for staff and students, and now it's for anybody that's on school grounds for school or a school sponsored event. So that makes a little bit of a difference too. But she did ask for our support, and I do have a motion for that as well. We had some motions, of course. We also, Carol had talked to the IV practice, the Practice and IV Therapy Advisory Committee about the task force that Patsy was talking about in the Education Committee, and did ask that Linda Davis be added to that, and did ask about a committee member. And we talked about it, and I did offer to do it because I am the chair, and because they do feel it's important that we be involved and be as helpful as possible as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get to the motions. We don't have very many. If I can bring them back up, hold on here. Okay, so the first one, it was moved to that the practice committee suggests to the board that we support House Bill 2488.
Okay, have a motion,
I will second. This is Tracy.
and we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
All opposed say no.
Yes.
Any abstentions? Motion
It
carries.
was, what was that?
Motion carries.
Okay. It was moved to approve the delegation of specific nursing tasks in school settings in Kansas as presented.
I'll second. This is
That was Rebecca. We have a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 65-1165 as written.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Carol Bragdon. I'll second.
Thank you. Motion is second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 60-3-108 as presented.
This is Jill, I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say yes,
Yes.
Yes.
and all opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 60-15-102 as written.
This is Tracy. I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, everyone in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Anyone opposing say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 60-15-103 as written.
This is Joe. I'll second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was approved. It was moved to approve KSA 60-15-104 as written.
This is Becky. I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
And that's all we have.
Okay, Mandy, I can add your name.
Excuse me, Joe, this is Jill. There was one more. It was moved
That's-
to it was a 65-4204.
It's not in my slips that I got, but if you'll read it.
Sure. It was moved to approve KSA 65-4204 as written.
Okay, we have a motion.
Yeah, two more.
This is Carol. I'll second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 And then we had two more, Joe. It was moved to approve KSA 65-4205 as written.
The first one that you read, Jill, let's finish that one. Was there any for that one? And hearing none, then that motion carried. And then the one you just read, would you read that again?
Sure. It was moved to approve KSA 5-4205 as written.
This is Tracy. I'll second.
So the motion and a second for the one that Jill read. Do we have any discussion? Then all in favor say yes.
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 And anyone that opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
And then the last one that I show is it was moved to approve KSA 65-1136 as written.
This is Becky. I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
I apologize. I think maybe they've overlapped it on my iPad, but that's, I didn't see those. I apologize. I just double checked.
That's fine, no problem. Jill, do you have anything else we need to take care of here?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I will add those two persons to our task force, our focus group that's going to work on the clarification of the IV regs. Is that what you were asking for, Mandy? To be on-
Yes, yeah, Carol had talked about it yesterday and asked.
Okay, so Mandy and Linda, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll make a connection and make sure you're invited to those meetings. So thank you.
Thank you.
I still don't see Juliana on, so I'm going to move on to the Finance Committee report. Carol Bragdon, if you would do it for us.
Yes, thank you. Carol Bragdon, Chair of the Finance Committee. We met this morning and looked over the budgetary things for the board, and we're pleased to announce that we are solvent. We're ending up the year with some money. You know, we had followed things rather closely with the change to multi-state licensure, And so far, things are moving along reasonably well. We have money in the fee fund. We anticipate there may be some sweeping at some point. We've not heard anything, but Carol will keep a close eye on the things coming out of the legislature. We were able to make some purchases in the IT area with funds that we have this year, including some laptops for staff and board and executive staff members, some new iPads. So Adrian, thank you for scurrying along and getting that done with this year's monies. So financially, things are doing fine. We've already talked about the K-Trax funding. At this point, that will be handled through grants and other issues. It does not look like we will need to make a prescriber-based contribution at this time. So that good news for us. Do have a motion. As soon as I get it pulled up here.
Carol, you want me to read it for you?
I think I have it.
Yeah, I sent it to you this morning.
I'm just not as quick at handling multiple devices as some folks are. It was moved to approve KSA 74-109 and KSA 65-118A as written.
I'll second. This is Joe.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Sounds like that motion carries. Thank you.
We will defer on KAR 60-8-101. This deals with the mental health techs and their fees. And we've got some proposed change in regs on that. So Carol's going to look into that, make sure things are appropriately coordinated there, and we'll take that up with the next meeting. And that concludes the report of the Finance Committee, and I'll entertain any questions at this time from board members.
Do you have any questions for Carol? Okay, thank you, Carol, for that report. I just got a text from Juliana and she's back in her front of whatever Zoom she's using. So we're going to move to the continuing education report if we can do that.
Thank you, Patsy. We had a lengthy meeting yesterday, just trying to catch up from missing last month. So I have several motions here from renewals and a couple of new ones too. So it was moved and approved for the long-term care provider renewal application for BE Education Group LLC LT 0258-0310 from April 1st of 2020 through March 31st, 2025.
I second. This is Becky.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term care provider renewal application for Manhattan Area Technical College LT 0260-0710 from April 1st of 2020 through March 31st of 2025 with recommendations.
This is Carol Bragdon. I will second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term care provider renewal application for Olathe Medical Center, LT 0048-0749 for April 1st of 2020 through March 31st of 2025 with recommendations.
This is Tracy. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider renewal application for Seward County Community College, LT 0163-0250 from April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2025.
This is
This
Tracy.
is Mandy. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider renewal application for perinatal resource LT 0286-1213 from July 1st of 2020 through June 30th of 2025.
This is Becky. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyone opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider renewal application for Salina Surgical Hospital, LT 0707-0606 from July 1st of 2020 through June 30th of 2025 with recommendations.
This
have a
is
mo-
Mandy. I'll second.
Mandy, second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed? Anyone opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider renewal application for Case Management Society of America, KC Chapter, LT 0206-0606 from July 1st of 2020 through June 30th, 2025 with recommendations.
This is Tracy. I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider initial application for interim healthcare from June 16th of 2020 through June 30th of 2025 with recommendation.
This is Carol Bragdon. I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor, say yes.
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 Anyone that opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
And this is the last one, Patsy. It was moved to approve the long-term provider initial application for the Nursing Connection from June 16, 2020 through June 30th of 2025.
This is Mandy. I will second it.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
That's all I have, Patsy.
Any other questions for Juliana about the Continuing Education Committee? Okay, thanks for that report. That moves us into unfinished business. Carol Moreland, do you want to help me out there?
Absolutely. The unfinished business, the board members can find on their iPads under the board packet and then unfinished business. It's actually our strategic plan. We just wanted to kind of give you an update on that. We have kind of added some kind of what we've done, you know, under performance assessment, just to kind of keep logging as we go here. We haven't been able to address everything because we've been a little sidelined here. One thing that we did want to point out, there's nothing on this strategic plan about preparing for emergencies or however this might be worded. You know, we have a COOP plan that does have pandemic and how to handle it. And we definitely did fall back on our COOP plan with this pandemic that's going on. However, we just didn't know if maybe something needed to be reflected on the strategic plan about being prepared for emergencies, or I don't know exactly how to put it, but we just wanted to kind of bring that up because there's not as much done on this because we have been so focused on the COVID pandemic and the agency's response to that and all of that. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out and see what the board thought.
Plan that you used that you already had in place, what were the pieces that were missing? Is that what we need to fill in between the lines, or?
Well, the COOP plan is not really reflected in the strategic plan. And we can continue to go this way, but we just didn't know on the strategic plan if there needed to be something, you know, the plan strategically going forward, of course, would be that we're prepared for any emergencies or pandemic or something like that that comes up. And we do have our COOP plan, and we've revised it a little bit. We just didn't know if anything needed to show up on the strategic plan.
Carol, have board members seen the COOP plan? Do you know? Have we looked at that? I don't recall it.
I don't know. Adrian?
It's considered a confidential, sensitive information because it has continuity type plans, but we could share it, with the understanding that because it has information about, our restoration of servers and information systems. So it'd have to be closely guarded, but yes, we could share it with the board.
It seems like it might make sense rather than to integrate something new into our strategic plan to maybe just reference existing emergency plans.
This is Carol. That was exactly my thought, that we just have a priority there of review of the COOP plan to assure continuity of services.
And if I might make a suggestion, maybe we do this for other things too, but we occasionally review these on some sort of a
right
annual or whatever basis that, I guess the COOP plan doesn't necessarily have to be done every year, but maybe every 3 years or something.
Yeah. If we add it to the strategic plan, then we won't forget to go back and update things as need be.
Correct.
Do we need a motion for that? Can we just do it with consensus of the board?
I would think you probably could do it with consensus.
So one more piece to add to the document, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just say put it as priority number 4. Assure COOP plan up to date.
Hey,
and able to be utilized in case of emergency.
Do you need anything else from us, Carol, on the strategic plan, or are we good there?
I think we're good.
Okay, let's move into new business. We're trying to kind of time some things out so that we can have our executive session with Jan. Is that correct, Carol? So can we go ahead and do the House bill that you wanted?
Yep. Yeah, you will find under, on your iPads under board addendum and then on-site packets, and there's an on-site board, June 2020, that has House Bill 2016 in it. This is the House bill that was passed during special session when the legislature came back, and the governor did sign it, and it was published in the Kansas Register. I believe it was June 9th. So I did sit down with our legal counsel to get their interpretation of this, and I wanted to share their interpretation of this with the board because there may be some questions that come up. First of all, this act concerns the governmental response to the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic in Kansas. So that's a big thing to remember, because some of the provisions in here are not going to apply to all nurses. It's certain conditions, and that's what people need to understand, because that's not how all nurses interpret this. Let's just start out by saying that. So that's one reason that I wanted to get legal counsel that I could share with you. Okay, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm just going to highlight some things. So actually on it would be page 8 of this particular part of your packet. There's a new section 5. It's more down to the bottom, line 31. This is where the state of disaster emergency that was declared on March 12th has been extended through September 15th. And I point this out because this statewide emergency has been extended several different ways. And this is I believe, probably the final, unless something else happens, that it would be through September 15th. Okay, so. And then the next thing I want to draw your attention to would be on page 17 of this bill. Of your packet. Somehow we got additional pages at the very beginning. So don't look at the page numbers at the top, look at the page numbers at the bottom. Sorry about that. There's a new section 20. This has to do with the telemedicine, okay? And I bring this up because the interpretation is, and if you read B2, it would be line 17. It says the State Board of Healing Arts may extend the provisions of this subsection to other healthcare professionals licensed and regulated by the board. It's not talking about the Board of Nursing there. It's talking about the Board of Healing Arts. So this is not extending to all APRNs. This is only extended to the certified nurse midwife independent that would be licensed by the Board of Healing Arts. So that's an important thing to know, because there had been some prior executive orders that actually extended telemedicine and telehealth so that the APRNs could do it. However, this does not. So that's a change there.
Carol, give this the place. I can't seem to be finding that.
That would be it would be on page 17. Again, look at your numbers.
17. Okay. I just didn't get the number. Okay.
Yeah, and then it's new section 20. It starts on line 4. And what I'm referring to starts on line 17. The State Board of Healing Arts, it's under section B2.
So that may have some very significant impact for how practice is currently going on.
Exactly right.
Are our providers and healthcare institutions aware of that?
What
I would hesitate to say that they are not.
Yeah, I wanted to run this all by you all first, and then the interpretation will go out there if that's the interpretation that you want to stick with. But I felt it was important that the board know all of this, and then the communication goes out.
By the definition on 31, means delivery of healthcare services by a provider while the patient is at a different physical location. So that essentially says that our APRNs in the state of Kansas, other than the CMIs, which of currently there are none, cannot do telephone visits or video visits when the patient is not in the office.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and we have legal interpretation for that. I
Yes.
do believe that practice is currently going on around the state. So that would be a very significant thing. We don't want our nurses to get into trouble, our APRNs into trouble. But I suspect that 99% of them are not aware of this.
Carol Bragdon, this is Mandy. I'm going to tell you that that is happening because of course we can't let our residents out and that's how they're doing it. And 99% of them are through an
Correct.
APRN. Yeah.
Correct.
Well, the irony of this EO is that it actually narrows the scope because NPs have been doing telephone visits for a long time. And so I guess that's something that I'd like to take back to Jan and the AG is to say the EO was intended to increase the scope, not narrow the scope. So how does it happen that when you're trying to increase care for patients, you actually are decreasing care for patients? And I think that's something to ask our attorneys because I don't believe that was the intent of the legislature or the governor. And so that interpretation to me is extremely narrow.
You see at the last half of number 2, it says, address the impacts of COVID-19 consistent with ensuring patient safety. Impacts of COVID-19, just what Mandy said, her clients can't leave. So, yeah.
Do you think it's possible that when they're putting a board in here, instead of being specific like they should have, because they were hurting, they should have said not only the Board of Healing Arts, but the Board of Nursing when they were not, I'm sure they were thinking about the APRNs, but they were not thinking correctly when they were trying to write this, because I think Joe's right. They were trying to extend their ability for care, not making it so narrow.
What I might say, if you want to hang on to this, I think you're going to have the opportunity to perhaps ask some of these questions to Jan. Okay. If we can go to page 18, the next page, actually, it starts on line 42. And again, this whole bill has to do with the response to COVID. So taking care of patients with COVID, working in a facility, assisting the facility in their response to COVID. So that's what you have to remember when you look at these different provisions. So this provision, small section B, starts talking about the APRNs and whether they need direction and supervision from a responsible physician. So again, they would not need it if they were working on COVID-19 patients or a facility's response to COVID-19. Other than that, they do need collaborative agreement. Now, the unfortunate thing is that the term, they don't use collaborative agreement in here, they use direction and supervision. Okay, what we have in our Nurse Practice Act is collaborative agreement. So it would have been nice had they used the same terminology, but they actually did not. But that's how this is interpreted, that if the APRN is working on COVID-19 patients or a facility's response to COVID-19, then they would not need this direction and supervision from a responsible physician via collaborative agreement. Other than that, if they do not meet that criteria, they would need it. Now, the same thing goes with C right underneath it, only it's talking about the RNAs. So again, this is a little bit different than the executive order that came out prior. in which they did not need it, period, for a period of time. So it's a little confusing. And again, if you have questions from the legal interpretation, you will have a chance to ask these questions here in just a few minutes. So just kind of want to bring that up. Then if you go on down under, starts on line 24, it says where an RN or an LPN can order the collection of throat or nasal pharyngeal swabs of individuals suspected of being infected by COVID-19 for the purposes of testing. That was out of an executive order. And then section 2 that starts on line 28. Now again, an LPN, and it goes on, you know, they can they can provide healthcare services appropriate to such licensed LPNs, education, training, and experience within a designated healthcare facility at which the LPN is employed or contracted to work as necessary to support the facility's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Then they would not need direction from an RN. But again, it's not every LPN. They have to meet that criteria. So it's again, a little confusing probably. And then on down on line 37, this is where, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, go to the next page, on line 5, little section F. This is where, you know, if you have an RN or an LPN who holds a license that would be exempt, inactive, or lapsed within the last 5 years from the date of this act, they may provide healthcare services appropriate to their education, training, and experience. And then they would not be liable for any criminal prosecution, civil action, or administrative proceeding arising out of the fact that they have an exempt, inactive, or lapsed license. And then if you go on down to line 17, this one has, again, people have kind of put their own interpretation to this with the executive order, but this is where there's a student that's enrolled in a program to become licensed. This would be like an RN program, LPN program, that they can volunteer or work within such facility in roles that are appropriate to their education, training, or experience. Some people have interpreted this to be the GN, and that GNs, once they graduate, they can use this to work before they're licensed. That's not what this is. This is a student that's enrolled. It would be like, you know, some places use student nurse tax or something along that line, but it is not a graduate nurse.
Carol, the bizarre part of this one is that it allows them to become licensed, registered, or certified. By who?
Well, if they're in a program in which they could become licensed, if they're a student, it would be like a student in a nursing program that does lead to licensure once they graduate.
Okay, so they're looking at the future here, not that
Yeah.
they're allowing somebody to give them a license or register them while they're volunteering.
Right.
Got it.
Right. Okay. Then on line 2021, this is where somebody, it would be like a nurse that's licensed and they're serving in military and any duty. They can volunteer or work within that such facility that would be appropriate to their education, training, and experience. I mean, that one pretty well makes sense. Then if you go on down to line 34, this is, again, out of an executive order that was there before. It would be like a nurse that's licensed and in good standing in another state. They can practice in the state of Kansas because of the fact that they are licensed and their license is in good standing in another state. But again, and then it goes on to talk about what's good standing and all of that. We don't see that quite so much because of the compact, you know, but, you know, if they came from a state in which they were not part of the compact, but they were licensed in that state, they could come in. It's going to be up to the employer to make sure that their license is in good standing and stuff like that, because we won't even know about them being in here under this particular section. And then the last one I wanted to draw your attention to is on the next page, and it starts with line 13. And I'm sorry, it starts actually on line 7. This would be like a nurse who was licensed, and they want to reinstate it now. Okay. What this is basically saying is they would not need, well, the examination, we don't require that. We don't require fingerprinting for reinstatement, but they would not need to do the continuing education that we require or payment of a fee. But again, this is a very targeted, they have to be working with COVID-19 patients or in a facility where they're assisting with the facility's response to COVID-19. This isn't like for every nurse who wants to reinstate their license and they're not working under those conditions, they would not apply here. And what we would actually do, I'm sorry, since there's a very time limit on here, because if you look down at the bottom page, all of these provisions that are in this section expire on January 26th of 2021. So for this section that I just talked about, you know, if they want to reinstate their license, what we would actually do is give them a temp license that would expire on January 26th, 2021. And then they would have to turn around and reinstate the normal way, which means they would have to do the continuing education, because this is just very narrow that they can work in COVID-19. That's pretty much the sections that have to do with us. Now you're going to have the opportunity to ask more questions about this bill or the Executive Order 2039. Patsy, do you want to take it from here and we could probably do the motion, or? Patsy's muted.
Sorry, does somebody have a motion for that executive session that they could read?
Yes, I can make that motion for you, Patsy.
Okay.
We're talking about the pursuant to KSA 75-4319. I move that the board recess into executive session and reconvene the open meeting at this room or via Zoom at, what time would you like to do that? To reconvene?
Do we think 30 minutes?
I'm wondering maybe a little bit longer than that, just because there seems to be some questions about this House Bill 2016 and, you know,
Executive.
yeah, so I don't know what you think.
What do you guys think? 45 minutes?
45 minutes would be my recommendation. If we need more, we'll have to re-enter executive session.
Let's do 45 minutes.
Okay, so reconvene the open meeting via Zoom at 12:45 p.m. The subject to be discussed in the executive session concerns House Bill 2016 and Executive Order 2039. The justification is consultant with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General Janet Art, that would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The board's executive administrative, Carol Moreland, is included as the client.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Mandy. I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Who was the one that actually made the motion?
Well, I can make that motion since you read it. You can put my name there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Mandy's second. So any discussion? So everyone in favor say yes.
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 And opposed, no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. So does everyone have the call-in number that we have for this executive session? If you don't, email Adrian or Colton and they'll help you.
And as a reminder, please make sure you leave your computers on mute when we take this call.
Who sent the phone or the info for the executive session?
This is Carol. I sent it out.
Saturday or Sunday? I think it was on Sunday.
On Sunday.
You're looking for the conference number?
So we leave this meeting and join the other meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need the dial-in number, I can re-email it.
I see it here now.
Okay, you got it? Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Do that now. Okay, are we back on Zoom again?
It will not let me, this is Mandy, it will not let me start my video again because it said the host had stopped it. Colton, are you on here?
Yeah, I did stop the videos. People who weren't stopped yet. Let's see. I didn't realize it was going to stop you though. Where's the button on that? Okay.
Okay, so Carol, Carol Moreland, do we resume the meeting? Is that how we do this?
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
resume the meeting, and then if you want another, you'll need to do another motion. one
Okay,
more time.
so we'll call the meeting to order again after executive session, and we need another motion. So Jill, do I read the same motion as I read before with just a different time?
Yes, Patsy, you can do
Okay,
that.
so I have it here. So I'll read it. And how much time are we talking? 30 minutes, 45? What do we need to do, group?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it seems like 45, given the concerns that we have.
I think so too. So I'm gonna read this and I'll put 45 minutes, which will make it 1:30 when we get done here, right?
Right.
Okay. Pursuant to KSA 75-4319, I move that the board recess into executive session and reconvene the open meeting in this room at 1:30. 45 minutes, and the subject is to be discussed in the executive session concerns House Bill 2016 and Executive Order 20-39. The justification is consultant with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General Janet Arndt, that would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The board's executive administrator, Carol Moreland, is included in the client. So we have that motion. Do we have a second?
This is Carol Bragdon. I'll second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, say no. That motion carries. Okay, I guess we call in the number again.
Mute everybody.
Yep. Mute and stop your video.
in regular session here?
I'm here. This is Joe.
So Colton, are we back in regular session now? Okay. So we'll reconvene with the meeting, and we have some motions. Or one motion, I'm confused now. Do we have more than one, or do we just have one, or what do we have? Carol, Beckman, do we have the one?
Hey, Patsy, this is Carol Moreland, and I think there should be three motions.
Carol, you're muted. Carol Bragdon, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pushed the button incorrectly. I know we need one on the executive order trigger date of June 30th.
Okay.
With a 30-day afterward to have the licenses September 28th for renewals.
This is Joe. We need one on temporary licenses and requiring a letter from employer for a temporary license for those nurses that are applying to do COVID work that are lapsed, inactive, or haven't worked in 5 years.
Okay, so do we start with one motion that Carol Bragdon had and do that and vote on it? Is that what we do, Carol Moreland?
Yeah, I just want to remind you, it's 90 days, not 30, because I think Carol said 30. So it would be, you're going to set a trigger date, and then your 90 days after that is the date that everyone has to have their license renewed.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so for clarification, we're going to start with Carol Bragdon, make the motion, we'll get a second, and we'll move through that, and then we'll go to Joe, the one she was just talking about, and we'll move through whatever that is, the rest.
Okay. You may have to help me with the correct identifiers.
Okay.
I move to I move that after consultation with legal counsel, the board's interpretation of executive order, or is it the House bill?
No, it would be the Executive Order 2039.
Executive Order 2039, that we accept the trigger date of June 30th, 2020, and 90-day extension being September 28th, 2020 for renewals to resume.
Does that work?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
This
so we
is
have a motion.
Deanna. I'll second.
A motion is second. Do you have any discussion?
Do they have to have them done by September? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, otherwise it would have been June 30th, and we didn't think that was enough time, and we don't want to wait till December 30th. That's too far out.
Does the bill have to say that they have to be renewed by September, whatever?
September 30th, or September 28th is the
28th.
date. September 28th. So
So read
all
it- read it ag-
renewals that had been not done due to COVID must be
what?
completed.
Completed.
Renewals must be completed by September 28th,
Yeah, okay,
2020.
got it.
That would be our drop dead date.
Yes.
Got it.
Patsy, this is Chelsea. Can I just confirm what Jill and I have written for the motion to make sure that it's as you would like it read? Do you want to start the video?
Sure. You want to go ahead and read what you have there?
Sure. So what we've written is, I move that after consultation with legal counsel and reviewing Executive Order 2039, we accept the trigger date of June 30th, 2020, with the date of September 28th, 2020 for renewals to be completed.
I think that's correct. Does it need to say after legal counsel, the board?
The board.
That,
And perhaps renewals on hold during the COVID emergency
Right,
be
completed.
completed by
Yeah.
September 28th. So we know what renewals we're talking about when we look
That-
back in a year.
That's a good point. So no one's confused what you're talking
Yes,
about.
yes.
So for renewals of licenses on hold due to COVID-19 to be completed.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
so does that work for us? One more time?
Yes.
Okay.
I move that after consultation with legal counsel and the board and reviewing Executive Order 2039, we accept the trigger date of June 30th, 2020 with the date of September 28th, 2020 for renewals on licenses on hold due to COVID-19 to be completed.
Sounds good.
Sounds great.
Okay, so Juliana, are you still seconding that motion?
Yes, I'd be glad to.
Okay, so any other discussion there? Okay, everyone in favor, say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say no. Anybody abstained? That motion carries. Okay, Joe, I think you had the next motion, right?
The next motion would be that I move that nurses desiring to care for COVID patients who may have lapsed or not had a license within the last 5 years may receive a temporary license upon presentation of a letter from their employer and meeting other such requirements as are not excluded by HB 2016.
Hey, Joe, this is Carol. Can we maybe say would be for applications for licensure pursuant to special session House Bill 2016? Because it would also be like your initial licenses, but then
Yes.
it would be for that temporary. So it would be applications for licensure. It wouldn't just be
So
reinstatement.
it'd be lapsed and initial applications.
For licensure pursuant to special session House Bill 2016. Does that work?
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
I see Chelsea riding 100 miles an hour, so maybe she can reread that so we make sure we have it right.
Sorry, Chelsea.
That's okay. I just need, what I have written is that I move that nurses desiring to care for COVID-19 patients who may have lapsed or not been licensed within the past 5 years pursuant to special session House Bill 2016. And then we need to know what they need to present.
Chelsea, mark out the part that says lapsed or not practiced in 5 years.
Okay.
We're just asking that nurses applying for licensure desiring to care for COVID patients pursuant to House Bill.
And then
Let's
what,
provide, also that they need to provide a letter from their employer stating that they are employed by a facility to support COVID-19. Is that going to go with it too?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Does it also need to state in there that the temporary license would expire January 26, 2021 on that?
Well, they'll know that when they get that temporary license because it'll have the expiration date on it.
Yes.
That's
And it's
true.
pursuant to the House bill, so as outlined.
Which means all of them will run right out to read the House bill, I'm sure.
Yep.
sure that I've got it correctly here.
Okay,
I move that nurses desiring to care for COVID-19 patients who are applying for licensure pursuant to special session House Bill 2016 must provide a letter from employer stating they are employed by a facility catering to COVID-19 patients.
Does that sound correct?
I'm thinking on it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we
I
don't
think-
need the expiration date because the expiration date's in the bill, so we don't need to put that.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Tracy. I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, a second, any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, did we have one more or how do we have it?
I think we put that one in that.
Okay. So we're good. So we've taken care of everything from the executive session. So do we move on to the next agenda item? Is that right, Carol Moreland? Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
So charge for AAG review of a core request. What is that about?
Just a minute, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. In your board packet, and it should start on page 14. What this is there was a situation, and it didn't have to do with us, but in which you see a letter in there from Attorney General Derek Schmidt about the city of Frontenac.
Oh, yeah.
And they charged, a lot of, a very high rate, probably what I would say, $225 per hour for attorney time for a core request. And so it was brought to our attention that we don't really have anything that talks about what we will charge if an assistant AG reviews a core request. And that probably doesn't happen very much, but it probably would be to our advantage to have that information so that if someone does a core request, that they will know up front, that if an assistant AG has to review it, that this is what the charge would be. I did provide for you on page 15, 16, and 17, the policy and procedure, from the Attorney General's office for kind of how they handle this. And this is, public information that's on their website and stuff. And you will see that what they charge for an assistant attorney general time is $35 per hour. So it's probably good if you don't charge more than that. But we just thought it might be helpful if we had that information, if it ever happens that we're in a situation where that does. Again, it's not something that occurs very often, but we'd rather do that than end up, like the city of Frontenac.
So are you asking us for our opinion, or you need a motion, or what are we?
A motion so that we would know, and we could post that on our website, as far as what the fee would be if an assistant AG. Probably it should not be more than $35 an hour, I would think. Because that's.
Carol, this is Joe. This is the AG's policy, I think, here. Do we have a policy, or are you just looking for a fee?
We're looking for a fee. I'm sorry.
Then I would move, whoever's writing down the motion, I would move that the Board of Nursing charge a fee for copies of public records pursuant to a CORA request consistent with that of the AG's office. So if they increase theirs, then we could increase ours.
Okay, Chelsea, did you get that?
Yes. I move that the Board of Nursing charges for copies of records for CORA requests pursuant to that of the AG's office. Is that correct?
Consistent with that of the AG's office. And that would be the fee charged for a Cora request, copies of records for a Cora request.
Charge fees for copies of records for Cora requests consistent with that of the AG's office.
Okay, are you good with that, Joe?
I'm good with that.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I need a second?
This is Becky. I'll second.
Thank you, Becky. Motion second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, we are to officially new business number 4, proposed revisions to KAR 60-11, 116, 60-11, 119, and 60-13, 110.
Okay, this has to do with your inactive APRN regulations. We've been working on this. We want to get these adopted if you're okay with them. So we did have a public hearing. We had it on May 7th, and you have this on page 19 in your board packet under new business. This is just the notes from the public hearing. We did have 4 people on the call, of which 2 gave a verbal response, 2 did not. They were just listening. And I had received, this starts on page 20, when I went over to the legislative or the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs and presented this. They always give us a report that has to be included as public comment. So the letter is on page 20, and then their comments, of which they did not have any, those are on page 22. They did ask, I thought, some very good questions, but they seemed fine with them the way that they were. So they didn't have any recommendations for changes that they thought should occur. And then you have copies in your thing of the comments from the 2 people who presented those. Starts on page 24. One of them is Marilyn Douglas. So you can see her comment. She was asking for some clarification. And then on page 25 is a summary of verbal comments given by Terry Roberts. I had instructed them in the public hearing to please send me the written ones. I did not receive them from Terry, so what I did was go back and listen to the recording, and this is a summary of what she said. So you have those 2 comments. Those were the only comments that I received on it, so you have those to review. I'm sorry, there's one more on page 26 from Marie Coffin. I apologize. So that's another public comment there. And then starting on page 27 is a copy of the proposed regulations as passed through the Division of Budget, Department of Administration, and Attorney General. The Division of Budget, when it goes through there, they look at budgetary things. When it goes through the Department of Administration, they look at the whole structure, the grammar, all of that. And then when it goes through the Attorney General's office, they look at the whole legal. You know, do we have statutory authority? All of that. So it did make it through all of those. So then whenever, you just need to give me some direction. Whenever you get to the point where you want to adopt them, if you want to, then we just have somebody make a motion, but then we have to do a roll call vote of each one of those for our records. So Jill would be the one who is ready to do that whenever you get to that point. So that's kind of an overview of what you have on that.
Okay, so we have a motion if we approve these revisions, and we can list all these together. Is that correct?
Pardon me? I'm sorry.
Can we list all these together in one motion that we approve?
No, they have to be done separately because of the roll call votes and everything. And just to let you know, if you decide that you want to make some changes because of some of the comments or, you know, something like that, then the process is it starts over again. So I just want to make you aware of that. I don't mean that negative or positive. I'm just giving you information that that's what would occur.
Does the group feel like we can move through this today? So do we need, does the group feel like they need more time to look at this, or do we think we can make a motion today to accept them or table it? I guess is my question.
My only question, Patsy, would be the whole telehealth thing.
Yeah.
Whether we can actually incorporate anything into these. Oh man, I hate to throw that monkey wrench in. I just won't even bring it up.
Thank you, Joe.
I don't want to rush anybody. If we feel like we need to digest this some more, we can. I know 3 months is a long time, but
Hey, Carol, were the comments that were made, the feedback, Carol Bragdon, since you're, kind of, you were on that APRN committee. Are those comments something that, it's not new, it's not old, it's covered? I mean, if they had a request for more clarity, I'm not sure where she was coming from. What do you think about them, Carol? The one she wanted clarification on.
Maryland talks about inactive
Maryland.
status and inactive authorization. My gut feeling is that if it made it through all of the legislative channels, it's clear enough.
Okay.
So I would disregard that one as just a person's reading, and I appreciate her careful read of things. But I know that the one we have to satisfy is the legislative folks. And if it's cleared them, I'm not going to mess with it, would be my opinion there. The other comment. The RNAs really have their own practice piece, so that doesn't particularly apply there. The question of statutory authority for a 2-year period. All of our licenses are 2-year periods, so
yeah,
I don't know that has any impact.
Yeah,
I would agree with Carol.
So I think they're all, good questions, but I don't know that it would affect anything. And given the effort we've gotten to get this done, maybe we just need to move on with this. And then anything else that we need to address in the future, we address in the future.
Good. Thanks, because I know Marilyn attended a lot of those meetings.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, okay, sounds good to me.
well, then I guess we're ready for a motion.
So you just to let you know, what you need to do is you need a motion for each one of these. And then when it comes to voting on the motion, it'll be a roll call vote and Jill will call each of your names. Does that make sense?
Do we have a draft motion written that could be read?
I think we do.
I think you probably do.
We do.
You to read it?
Read the first one.
First one is, it was moved to adopt KAR 60-11-116 as written.
I'll second that motion, Carol Bragdon.
Who would like to make the initial motion?
You could,
I can't want to. Mandy.
okay, Mandy.
Okay.
So any other discussion? A motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
But it has to
Wait a
be roll
minute.
call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have to do roll call.
3 times you're giving me those instructions and I messed it up. Okay.
I'll call your names and you need to say yes or no. Carol Bragdon,
Yes.
Joanne Clausen,
Yes.
Juliana Resnick,
She had to leave the meeting for something at her work.
okay, Mandy Carsetter,
Yes.
Gwendolyn Lloyd. Oh, I'm sorry, she's out.
Attended today.
Patsy Zeller,
Yes.
Rebecca Sander,
Yes.
Geeta Noble,
I don't see her on the Zoom anymore either.
okay, Jade Ramsdale,
Yes.
Tracy Thomas.
Yes.
So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses and no, 0 no.
That would mean the motion is correct.
Yep, that one's adopted.
Okay. Another motion.
Is it was moved to adopt KAR 60-11-119 as written. I just need someone to make the motion,
I will. This is Joe.
okay?
And a second.
This is Tracy. I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. A second.
Okay, the roll call again, yes or no. Carol Bragdon,
Yes.
Joanne Clausen,
Yes.
Juliana Resnick. Oh, I'm sorry. Mandy Carsetter,
Yes.
Patsy Zeller,
Yes.
Rebecca Sander,
Yes.
Jade Ramsdale,
Yes.
Tracy Thomas.
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
That one has been adopted also. Motion carries.
And the last one is it was moved to adopt KAR 60-13-110 as written. Who would like to make the motion on that one?
I will. Rebecca will.
Okay,
This is Mandy. I'll second it.
okay. And the roll call on that is Carol Bragdon,
Yes.
Joanne Clausen,
Yes.
Mandy Carsetter,
Yes.
Patsy Zeller,
Yes.
Rebecca Sander,
Yes.
Jade Ramsdale,
Yes.
and Tracy Thomas.
Yes.
And that's 7 yes and 0 no's.
So that motion carries and that is adopted also. Anything else we need with that, Carol?
The next step is, I just have to get some paperwork and then they have to be published in the Kansas Register and then they will be implemented.
Okay, that's the last thing I have listed on my agenda. Anything else? Are we done today?
That's it.
I need a motion for adjournment.
Patsy, I move to adjourn.
Carol
Okay.
Bragdon will
This is
second.
Rebecca.
Okay, motion second, and I doubt if there's much discussion, so everyone in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. And I'm sure there's no abstentions, so I guess we're good. Thanks for your effort today. This is a long work. And we worked right through lunch. Everybody knows I ate almost a whole pack of graham crackers, so we're good. Thanks for your help today. I guess we're done.
We
Thanks a lot.
appreciate all of the IT support to make this work. Thank you, guys.
A lot.
No problem.
Please pull the plug quick.
Yeah.
Guys.